University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Before we begin, I want to remind everyone here today that North Carolina law and UNC system policy prohibit the willful interruption, disturbance, or disruption of an official public meeting. Further, North Carolina law provides that it is a Class 2 misdemeanor for any person to refuse to leave an official meeting upon being directed to do so. Pursuant to these authorities, anyone who interrupts, disturbs, or disrupts this meeting will be asked to leave. If they do not leave when asked, they will be removed and may be subject to arrest. I'll now ask Secretary Cotis to please call the roll.
Mr. Allen? Mr. Allison?
Here.
Mr. Alvarez?
Here.
Mr. Ballantyne?
Here.
Mr. Blaine?
Here.
Mr. Bryan is not here. Dr. Jones?
Here.
Mr. Kalapa? I am here. Ms. Lloyd?
Here.
Mr. Meekins?
Here.
Mr. Patel?
Here.
Mr. Pryor?
Here.
Mr. Turner?
Here.
Mrs. White?
Here.
Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
Thank you. As chair of this board, I must remind all members of their duty under the State Government Ethics Act to avoid conflicts of interest and appearances of conflict of interest. If you know of any conflict or appearance of conflict with respect to any matter coming before the board today, please identify it at this time. Members of the board, we have a number of items on the consent agenda for approval this morning. Please review the list of items on the screen before you. Having read the materials listed under the consent agenda, is there any item that needs to be moved to the discussion portion of either the open or closed session agenda? If not, I will entertain a motion to approve all of these items.
So moved.
Is there a second? Perfect. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Before I turn it over to Trustee Alvarez for his remarks, I want to comment on last night we gathered to celebrate last year's Davey Award winners. The William Richardson Davey Award is the highest honor this board bestows. The award recognizes individuals who have given extraordinary service to the university or society. We honored three individuals: Jim Coleman, for his significant support for student-athletes' lifelong success and creation of the North Carolina Hall of Fame, which recognizes former Carolina athletes, coaches, and contributors for their excellence. Allie Ray McCullen, for being an ardent champion for education and healthcare, especially in Eastern North Carolina. And Eric Montross, one of Carolina's greatest basketball players, but his true legacy at Carolina was a tireless advocate for children's health. He had a profound commitment to service, and we are extremely grateful to Eric's wife, Laura, and son, Andrew, for accepting this posthumous award on his behalf. Davey, for whom the award is named, is often considered the father of the university and was described by Kemp Battle as beyond his times in the advocacy of a broad, generous education. It was a deep and distinguished honor to celebrate this year's winners for embodying that which Davey was so well known for. I want to thank the trustees for recognizing and holding high these exceptional individuals who have made a lasting impact on our community in their dedication to education, advocacy, and service. They are true examples of the best of Carolina. We had a wonderful evening and enjoyed celebrating those honorees. I'll now turn to Trustee Alvarez for his remarks.
Starting the presentation. Hello,
Hello. Yes. Well, first of all, I want to talk a little bit about the government shutdown, which thankfully ended last night. President Trump finally signed the bill that ended the shutdown. But as of yesterday, we continue to support students affected by food insecurity. We identified students that were affected by the delays on SNAP benefits, and we continue to work with the Dean of Students' office to direct them to emergency resources. The Dean of Students' office was able to provide emergency meal swipes for students that were affected as an immediate relief, and then could direct them to the student emergency fund, so they could get a portion of their allocation for food stamps to buy food in the meantime. We also made the student body aware of the many food pantries, community fridges, and local kitchens available in the Chapel Hill area. We're very thankful that in the next few weeks, SNAP benefits should start coming back to students, and the effects should go away in the next few weeks. So just wanted to give an update on that. But we are here to present about the Carolina Closet, a project that you've probably heard me talk a lot about, and one of the main priorities of my administration this year. The Carolina Closet is a professional attire resource that was created because 46% of UNC students receive need-based aid, and while we have some resources for professional attire at the university, which we'll talk about in a second, we don't have a university-wide available resource that provides access to suits for students at the university. And without the right outfit and access to the right attire, students have to miss interviews, they have to skip networking events, and they have to feel out of place in settings that could change their lives. And universities, at the end of the day, are factories of professional development. And so you hear this phrase a lot, or all sorts of variation. I had to skip an event because I didn't have anything to wear. And it is something that we are trying to bridge, and a need that, you talk to alumni from the 60s and they tell you, when I went to Carolina, that was a problem in my experience. So we hope that building a permitting resource through development support and with various campus partners, we'll be able to leave something that will stay for generations to come at the university.
All right, so we've envisioned this closet to be not only a permanent resource, but one that is sustainable and student-led. We've had some efforts led by students in the past that were just more organized as clubs. And so they came, they disappeared, they were helpful while they were here, but they didn't last very long. We've worked with campus partners, especially the development office, to make sure that the funding for this can be sustainable so that it will carry on for administrations to come after we have left in the spring. And so we envision this being really a student-led space where both our governance structures and our funding are outlined in a brief that we will provide for you in much more detail, but they have been developed in ways that they will far outlast our administration. Do I just click like this? All right, so why Carolina? We looked at a lot of peer institutions that do offer similar clothing closets that provide their students with professional attire. In fact, we met with some of those student leaders at those schools to really get a sense of what has worked for them and what hasn't, so that in developing our own proposal, we could come up with the best of all worlds and hopefully make the most effective proposal possible. This closet, like Adolfo said, levels the playing field for all students. It is available to all undergraduate and graduate students at UNC, and really helps ensure that every student, regardless of economic background, is able to step into settings like this where professional attire is required, and their integrity is on the line when they walk into a room like this, and just making sure that students, those doors aren't closed to them for reasons that are out of their control. We've talked to alumni, we've talked to donors, we've had a lot of community engagement. People are really eager to help us and support us in getting this project going. And the Dean of Students has created this Basic Needs Task Force to provide these necessary resources to all Carolina students, and this project falls really neatly under the scope of that. This is me. As far as how it works, the closet is run on an honor system. Students can come in during operating hours. They can scan their one cards just so that we can measure foot traffic, especially in these first couple of years. We want a lot of metrics to get a sense of how effective the closet is. Students can walk in, they browse the inventory, they're welcome to try on outfits, and when they find something that works for them, they're allowed to take up to one full professional suit every academic year. Like I said, they can come in, they can browse the inventory. The existing inventory that we will have in the closet comes from donated suits, like the ones that we have received from you all. So thank you to everybody who brought a suit or any sort of professional attire. We'll have all of that available in the closet for students. And then any students who come in and realize that there's not something in their size or not something that works for them will be able to order through a third-party service that we're going to contract with, My Career Closet. This is a service that other schools have used. What they do is we sign a $20,000 contract with them, and they offer 140 suit vouchers. And so students log online, they create an appointment, they have a virtual fitting with somebody, they're fitted for a suit, and then that suit is sent directly to their door at no cost to the student. The value of the suit lies around $1,000, and they're charging us $140. So the bang for your buck on there is pretty good. And that just ensures that any gaps in our inventory are filled so that every student has access to this service, regardless of whether or not there's actually a piece of clothing in the moment that they walk into the closet that fits and works for them.
Yes, so we surveyed over 250 students in a short period of time at the beginning of the semester, and 80% of them said that they wear professional attire at least once per semester. And 75% of them said that they would definitely or probably use the Carolina Closet. So, our partnerships have been mainly with university development. I was a development intern a couple of years ago, so I knew Mike Andreessen coming into the role, and I went up to him and said, hey, would you help me with this project that I have and I think alumni could get excited about? And he got behind it, so then we started talking about a plan for it. We've talked to Veronica over at Carolina Alumni, and that's been great. University of Career Services, we know that Dr. Orr is really hammering heavy on the student experience, and we think that this can really align with his priorities, so we've met with them. And he actually is the one who directed us to my career closet. He goes, hey, there's this company, you should talk to them. We can kind of explore how we're going to work with them, the dry cleaning service. So we are finalizing this. We have talked to multiple companies in the Triangle area. Some of them have already offered us 50% off in the prices the dry cleaning has. So if a piece comes in and we determine that it needs to be dry cleaned, we want to do that. But there's also a company that has expressed interest, and we're finalizing the terms too. So I can't say it's for sure, but they have said that they would provide the service for free as a community partnership. So they want to give back to the community, and they would dry clean our suits for free. And they've also said that their stores in the Triangle area could be donation centers, and they could take the clothes here for us to Chapel Hill. So my career closet will be a great partnership. We're excited about that. Just so we make sure that people have a suit within 2 weeks if something doesn't work out. The Board of Visitors have been really supportive. We actually presented to them on October 24th when we launched our fundraising, and they've all been really supportive. We had a really big drive. We have around 170 items right now. So we're getting there on the inventory, and we're cataloging everything and making sure that we know what needs to be dry cleaned before in the timeline for that. Next, please. Oh, wait, actually, I have a thing. So UNC versus peer institutions. So like we said, we met with a lot of their closets, and we sort of asked them, when you started this project, what worked, what didn't work. And so this program would be available to all undergraduates, and anyone with a one card preferably. It would be an on-campus location. We're still working with Nick Knaffen in his office on that, but ideally somewhere on North Campus, a seminar room. There are some unused seminar rooms on campus that we've determined could be maybe a usable space. Additional resources available on websites, so that educational component, having resources for students on how to dress. What do you wear to when you hear business casual? When you hear business, what's the difference? And how do you prepare for that? An ownership model, so you take the suit and it's all yours. You don't have to bring it back. It's not a borrowing system. It's all yours. A student run and with dry cleaning coverage, so the suit is clean by the time that you collect it. Yep.
All right, so currently what we have is here on the left, Styled for Success. This is housed within the Career Services, and it's our current program. It's got a much smaller scope than what we're envisioning for the Carolina Closet. So to kind of give you a side-by-side comparison, one of the biggest issues with Styled for Success is not only that it's only accessible to a small portion of UNC students. Again, it's based on need-based aid, so there's a lot of students who are left out of that. And something that Adolfo likes to say, and that you all may have heard before, is that lower middle-class students are the ones who end up hurting the most in a situation like this. If the cutoff is right here for receiving aid and you're right here, you maybe still can't afford to drop $700 on a suit right now, but you're not going to get the aid that you need in order to do that. And so Styled for Success does require that upfront payment. You can spend up to $700 on a suit and get reimbursed for it, but that does require that you have $700 to spend on a suit right here, right now. Carolina Closet, on the other hand, comes at no cost to students at any point, regardless of whether you're getting something from our donated inventory or using My Career Closet. Students aren't paying a single penny, and they're also, because of that, not having to pay up front. There's no upfront cost, there's no nothing. And so if I find out that I have an interview tomorrow and I don't have professional attire to wear, I can go to the closet today, I can pick out a suit that's mine to keep, and I can wear it tomorrow. So there's no wait period, there's no upfront cost. There's a lot less burdens on the students who are using these services. Additionally, Styled for Success, limited to only juniors, seniors, and grad students. Freshmen and sophomores are also applying to jobs, also applying to internships, and can also benefit from these resources. So the closet allows every student to take up to one item every academic year, regardless of what year you are or whether you're an undergraduate or graduate students. And then lastly, like Adolfo briefly mentioned before, we want to add an educational component to the Carolina Closet. So we want to offer styling guides, workshops, things so that students who come in and maybe don't have that background, they maybe can't call their parents and say, hey, I have an interview tomorrow and it's business formal. What does this mean? What should I wear? What isn't appropriate? We want to offer those educational resources to really meaningfully level that playing field in a way that truly is helpful to students and give them the skills that they're going to need to succeed in professional settings beyond Carolina for the rest of their lives.
And to wrap up, so you will get this, we have a 2-pager brief for you guys, but our goal when we determined our kind of development strategy, we determined that $50,000 would be a good initial fund to have for the closet. Considering the partnership with My Career Closet, the costs that it would come with opening the space, and some funds so we can have money rolling over for the next year. So what we've been doing is working with campus partners, some individual donors that have expressed interest, and the Board of Visitors. And we will also have a Give UNC fund in March. So right now we have a development fund that anyone can chip in. So anyone here in the community, if you want to give to the Carolina Closet, you're welcome to do that. But we'll also have, during the Giving Day, we're planning on working with development and launching some marketing materials to make sure that the community is aware that the closet exists and we can have people chip in a little bit. So we started our fundraising on October 24th of this year. As of now, we have $13,000 to the closet's name. Our goal is $50,000, so we'll continue to fundraise, and we're continuing to work with finance and operations to explore the options for space allocation and working with the Dean of Students and Career Services so we can all be on the same page on what the closet will need to succeed. And by the early spring, we can have a ribbon being cut and a space open for students to have access to professional attire. So you'll get that brief. You can either scan this QR code or you'll get it in your email and on board as well. But this will give you a little bit more detail on the proposal. But that is our presentation. Thank you. And we will take any questions or comments.
Thank you, Trustee Alvarez. I just want to make a brief statement in support of what y'all are doing. You know, on Saturday of this past weekend, Susan and I had the pleasure of hosting a group of Covenant scholars and alumni at our home. And these are the young people, representative of the young people that can be helped by this program. And I can tell you, I've been to many events at Carolina with many different scholars, whether it's honors, whether it's Moorhead came, whatever it is. You will not find a more impressive group of young people than were standing in my front yard on Saturday morning. So I am fully in support of this, and Trustee Alvarez, you can certainly count on support from Susan and myself toward this initiative.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks so much.
I'll now recognize Leah Frazier, Graduate and Professional Student Government President, for her remarks.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you're doing well. So today I'd like to show you some data that was taken about a year ago. It was given to grad and professional students. It was a survey on AI work. This survey was generated by the Provost AI Committee and in helps with my director, Neil Sharma. And most of the data that is analyzed today was analyzed by my director of data collections and assessments, Dave Gandhi. And so this survey reached out to about 3,000 students that answered, which is a strong turnout for it. And so it's going to kind of give us clear guidance on how students not only feel about AI, but the things that they need in order to make it better and more adoptable here at UNC. And so if you look here, the survey shows that a large portion of our grad and professional students are planning or currently using AI in their not only academic lives, but personal lives as well. And so we can see that 65% of students they have already adopted generative AI into their lives, and then a little less than 40% have stated that it is a part of their key coursework decision-making. And so we highlight that there is strong agreement and career readiness statistics, but despite that, students feel that they're ready for AI use in their post-Carolina academics, but they want to learn more about it. And so more feel that they want to be trained on this in a specific manner. And so 50% of students have stated that they've never used AI before, but they're interested in building up their AI skill sets. And so in this, they want a training that is done through modules, through existing coursework, or maybe even resources through the library, but they don't want any extra coursework for this in order to get this training. And so, however, despite them being ready to learn more, we see some barriers to responsible AI adoption, which seems to be creating an uneven playing field. A majority of students report that they are afraid of not only instructor judgment, but a significant number of students feel that they would get peer judgment from using AI. And so some students stated that they avoided using AI altogether because they feel that it is linked with academic dishonesty, and most of our TAs here actually tell students not to use it because of this. And so we have, that is not it. About 80 to 90% of students report that being provided appropriate AI guidance, that they believe that faculty should be more convinced on telling and giving students actual AI guidance, and so that faculty should know that they do have an important role in how we adopt AI here at the university. And so understanding that it is the responsibility of the university and intention of the chancellor to make sure that students are not only academically and professionally AI ready, but seeing that academic culture is leading heavily more towards AI use. As you know, that every single day we are not only adopting this technology even more, but it's changing and growing, so that we should apply to students this guidance that would help them learn how to use it better. And so, for example, in the scenario where students report that any AI guidance is being given to them, half as much fear that they would get faculty or peer judgment for it, and then any aversions to using it due to academic dishonesty, whereas comparing them to students who have been stated that they have not been given AI guidance at all. And so this simple act seems to not only be improving student relations with instructors, but developing a UNC that is conducive to responsible AI adoption. Which brings us to some recommendations that we have here. So we want to encourage all instructors to give their students some kind of guidance on AI adoption. And while 80% of our instructors do, we kind of want this to be 100%. So everyone should be giving some kind of guidance on how they want AI used in their classwork. And so we are also joining with other UNC administrators and advocating for a tiered system that outlines permitted AI use across specific classwork. And then like that, we have also, that faculty system has been developed over the past year with the AI committee. And then we also have a joint undergrad and grad student government draft of this model. We also want any possible AI trainings, like I said, to be used in modules or not in existing coursework, but not actual additional coursework, so that we aren't time constraining our students. And then lastly, we want to state that there should be regular scheduled surveys sent out to students on AI patterns and use. We want to kind of see globally here at UNC, how are students using AI? How do they feel about AI? Even from a social media standpoint, now most in the academic world in grad school, most people are saying that they're judging people for using AI. I come from a lab that uses AI to train different models to show which patients would respond to cancer drugs. And so in that sense, AI seems good for me. But what I'm seeing on social media and people are like, how can you use AI and you be a PhD student? That would make some students feel that they should not do this and they should not go towards any research or work that would benefit that. So this is really important work to do, and I think we should continue on and put out another survey this year to students. And with that, me or my team would happily take any questions. All right, thank you.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Chancellor Roberts for his remarks. Chancellor.
Thank you, Chair Turner. Thank you, President Frazier and Trustee Alvarez. Good morning, everyone. Appreciate your joining us. It's a busy time of year. Thank you to everyone who joined us for the Davy dinner last night, and congratulations again to those award recipients. We announced yesterday our new provost, Magnus Egerstedt, coming from UC Irvine. He's the dean of the engineering school there, was previously at Georgia Tech. That process, that provost search process, required an awful lot of help and effort from a wide range of people on campus, and want to thank everybody who spent time on it, particularly the folks on the search committee. Trustee Lloyd, Trustee Cotis, thank you for your participation, and thanks to Dean Ahalt and Dean Messonnier for chairing that search committee. It's rare that you see, with so much participation in a search process, such a strong degree of consensus around one candidate, and so we're delighted that Magnus is joining us. He'll be here on March 2nd. Also want to thank the trustees and the faculty who joined the faculty lunch yesterday. We're eager to celebrate and highlight our faculty's accomplishments. I mentioned at University Day and again at Faculty Council, but I'll repeat for this group. You know, we had a 2 or 3 day period a couple of weeks ago where we had one professor, Frank Liebfarth, win the Blavatnik Award for his work on PFAS. We had another faculty member, Nab Dasgupta, win a MacArthur Genius Grant Award for his work on addiction. And then a faculty member in the English department, Gabby Calvo-Coresi, was named a finalist for the National Book Award. And that, as I say, that was in a 2 or 3 day period, a series of faculty members receiving this significant national recognition. And what was remarkable about it was not all that remarkable. It's just an indication of the caliber of the faculty that we have here and the kind of recognition that they receive fairly routinely. We had 2 faculty members admitted to the National Academy of Medicine, Dr. Bob Ferris and Dr. Samantha Meltzer-Brody. And I think I've mentioned to this group before, but I'll remind you that Kathleen Duvall, a history professor who has won the Pulitzer Prize for her book on Native nations, will be speaking at winter commencement, and that's on December 14th. Really encourage everyone who's able to join us here for that to be with us here in the Smith Center. I should note that our field hockey team, which is ranked #1 in the country, has won the ACC championship, and the NCAA tournament kicks off tomorrow. All 4 games, assuming we make it through to the final, will be here in the Triangle. So we are going to host a first-round game tomorrow at noon. We would then play again on Sunday here in our stadium, Karen Shelton Stadium. I think it's true to say that our field hockey team has only lost 4 games in that stadium since it opened in 2019. Pretty extraordinary. And then the Final Four, the semifinal and the championship, will be just down the road in Durham. So encourage everyone to come out and support the Tar Heels as always. This is Military Appreciation Week, and we tried in advance of this week to capture and synthesize all of the different partnerships that we have across the university with our military, and we counted over 100. And we want to not just celebrate those partnerships, as I said last night, but also to deepen and broaden them. So today we're making 3 announcements in that context. One is that we're going to add a military liaison to our government affairs function. We already have people focused on federal, state, local relations. We're going to add a position focused on military relations to try to strengthen those relationships. We're announcing a partnership with Fayetteville State University. So Fayetteville State is the 2nd oldest public university in North Carolina and the nation's oldest HBCU. And about 30% of their students are military affiliated. We do some things here that they don't do there, and so we're announcing a partnership to help students at Fayetteville State continue their education and take classes here at Carolina. And we're opening today, we're cutting the ribbon for the Military and Veteran Student Success Center, which is on the 1st floor of SASB. It's a new chapter in the center's history and emphasizes the importance of their work. We had invited the Secretary of the Army to be at the Military Appreciation Game against Stanford last Saturday, and he's an alum. He was enthusiastic about coming, and then the government shutdown prevented him from being here. It was deemed non-essential travel, but he recorded a video for us that we showed at the game, but I'm not sure everyone had a chance to see it. So we're going to show that now.
I'm Dan Driscoll, 26th Secretary of the United States Army here in Dahlonega, Georgia, at U.S. Army Ranger School, which is the premier leadership course in the entire world. Behind me are a bunch of Ranger students who have just completed one of their harder tasks for the day, and I'm a Tar Heel.
So we appreciate Secretary Driscoll doing that, and we hope to get him here on campus soon. And then finally, we announced that we're going to start emphasizing more in our branding and logo efforts, the interlocking NC. Very few universities or any other kinds of enterprises have a mark that is as widely recognizable and as distinctive as the interlocking NC. We've been using it since the late 19th century, and so we thought it made sense, if you've got something that is so broadly, globally known, to start using it a little bit more. And we announced an effort to do that as well, and we have a video in that context also. That's all from me. I remain grateful for the opportunity to serve. Thank you all again for joining us. Go Heels.
Thank you. Before we get to committee reports and as we approach end of year, I want to take a point of general privilege to open up and provide a brief forum around the table and on the phone with trustees on any ideas or suggestions that as we approach end of year and think about next year in terms of our agenda planning and to help guide our university leadership, any thoughts on areas we should be working on and focused on for next year? So welcome any thoughts at this time.
Mr. Chairman, there are several things that I think we ought to be thinking about looking forward. I think yesterday's discussion on tuition was very instructive and helpful to us in terms of thinking about how we finance things, some of the challenges that we face being part of a larger system and what our role is in that system and how we are viewed in that system. I really think that we ought to spend some time in the coming year thinking about how we are perceived outside of the campus, and how what we do on campus and what people say impacts how people think about us and impacts our ability to achieve our objectives as it relates to new academic programs, funding. I think we always heard, I think most of us grew up as Tar Heel fans. We always heard the anybody but Carolina moniker at the ACC tournament. And we all laugh about it. We think it's great, and that's great because we're winning basketball games. I'm concerned that increasingly within the larger university system there is an anybody but Carolina thought process around funding and programs. And I honestly believe in large measure we've brought that on ourselves. Just kind of through how we present ourselves publicly, through some of the ideological perception on the campus. I don't think we do a good job showing the diversity of thought that exists on this campus, the amount of things that we do that are helpful to the state. I think a lot of times our loudest voices represent one viewpoint on the campus, and I think we need to think about how to make sure that all the other viewpoints are heard so that they understand that this is a place of diverse thought, of a great deal of energy and effort put into improving the state. And I think that it is paramount that we think about everything we're doing here in terms of the perception of our largest funder, which are these state's taxpayers, and how we can make them think more highly of us. And the best way I know how to describe this in shorthand is I think many of us, I think most of us are graduates of Chapel Hill. All of us are very engaged here. And we know that this is a very special place. Because it's a special place, we have a responsibility, because the taxpayers have enabled us to benefit from it, to go out and do special things for the state, I feel like, to improve and pay off the taxpayers. I think that there is a perception, though, that a lot of people that come through here, that work here, we know this is a special place, and that we project outwardly because we have attended college or benefited from this special place, that we think we are special people because we've been in this very special place. And obviously that doesn't necessarily generate a lot of goodwill from people who have not had the opportunity to benefit from attending this institution or what it does. So I think that as we move forward this year in the context of everything we do, we need to be thinking not necessarily about only how it impacts the 600-acre space here, but really how people that are not connected to the university will view what we do. Because if we are going to be the university of the people, and the people are our largest funder, and if we're going to maintain the support of that group of folks, we have to show them that they're getting something out of this. And I think that that's something that we should think about and discuss more often, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Trustee Blaine. Any other comments? Trustee Cotis.
Thank you for the time to go over this. I think it's a great idea. So I've got, to add to Jim's list, I've got maybe 4 items. I think the first one ties into some of the discussions we had with the new provost candidate and that the chancellor has reiterated, which is establishing UNC as the nation's #1 public Ivy for the people of North Carolina, which is kind of a key part of that as well. Because excellence really isn't a slogan, it's a system of choices. What choices do we make? Who do we admit? Who do we hire? What rewards, what standards do we set? And to stay the top public Ivy, once we achieve it, we have to attract and retain the top performers out there. So I think that pursuit of a singular goal of the #1 public Ivy that serves North Carolinians would be a great standard for us all to get behind and achieve. Second is, and I know the word compact has gotten a lot of criticism, but a renewed commitment to the people of the state and to the federal government, especially when we're looking for enhanced relationships with the Department of Defense or National Institute of Health, exploring something that addresses shared priorities, funding expectations, regulatory flexibility, and deliverables that align with national and state interest. Potential compact areas might include an engineering expansion, especially in biomedical, or DoD related, especially with our new provost background in swarm drone technology, which I think will be extremely important for DoD, and we should pursue that. Department of Defense translational research, AI, cybersecurity, workforce development. Again, thinking of a win-win agreement that we could propose. I'm not saying that we should accept the offer that's been proposed by the Trump administration. But I do think we should put forward our own offer to both the state and the federal government with a win-win proposal and be the first R1 university of our caliber to do so and be proactive. I think we can lead. Again, that first for all can apply here with that first agreement or compact, whatever you prefer. Third one would be something I've talked about a few times, is continuing to harden the target, continuing to make UNC the safest major campus in America. And to do that, we've got to have a layered, proactive protection model, which includes things like the real-time surveillance center, modernizing policies and tools, recruitment, and retaining our law enforcement officers as well. And I think a continued outreach to the military and bringing more military and veterans onto campus helps with that security as well. So I think it dovetails nicely in there. So I would say the two of those can be similar paths. And then fourth, building clear pathways for qualified North Carolinians who don't get into Carolina on day one. So what is that path? We've all had people that have reached out and said, I want to go to UNC. I'm from North Carolina. How do I get in? Can we give them an alternate path that they can follow? And there's a model for that. We have that with the community colleges right now. But I think developing something clear so that we can say, look, if you do these things and you want to get in, and again, my focus is on North Carolinians, but on North Carolinians that want that pathway, can we offer them a clear pathway for that? So those are kind of the four areas. So I think, becoming the safest, strongest, highest performing public ivy in the nation, rooted in its constitutional mission, backed by a strategic compact with the state and federal government, driven by excellence, and open to every qualified North Carolinian with talent and will to succeed here.
Thank you, Trustee Cotis. Very helpful. I invite other comments, suggestions around the table on the phone. Trustee Pryor?
I just say, underscoring some of Jim's comments, Chancellor, when I got on the board in 2019, several of the existing trustees told, we new trustees at the time, look, one of the greatest challenges that we face right now is that there's a group of folks on the Board of Governors that have it in for Carolina. They're trying to undermine Carolina's dominance as the flagship and want one of our rival schools to supplant it as and I know you served on that board, so you know better than I do whether or not that's the perception that some feel here or if that's the reality that actually exists. And I think that 6 years forward to today, Jim is underscoring a very real concern that some of those feelings that others have towards Carolina, whether they be from resentment or whether they think they're legitimate policy differences where we haven't addressed some things fully that they think should be addressed in a way to give greater diversity of thought, et cetera. It continues, I think, to be a real threat, especially with our standing in the General Assembly at times. And I think that, Chair Turner, you've identified something that we ought to all pay attention to going forward over the next year and getting that alignment better. So thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Pryor. Trustee Meekins.
First thing I want to do is echo what Jim and John have both said. I'm on all fours with them on those points with respect to our relationship with the public, with the Board of Governors, with the legislature. I also want to thank you in particular, Chair, for already beginning to try to mend fences and form a better relationship with our faculty. I've been on the board with John now for 7 years, and we've had difficult times that we've been through, including COVID, some of the social unrest that we had when we were first here. And it's been a very difficult time to serve on this board. But where I think we can benefit the university, because we're passing through here very briefly. Mr. Pryor and I spoke about that this morning. We're here for 4 years, maybe 8, but everyone else, the university, the faculty, the students also come and go, but the faculty and the administration, and this university stays on. And we are the university of the people. We're not the university of the current leadership of the people. So we've got to keep that in mind, and moves that we make need to be slow and steady and made with good, robust discussion. Having said that, my main point is thank you for getting the faculty to come to lunch with us yesterday, for open discussions on committee meetings now we're having with the faculty, because it is the faculty, it's our students, it's our alumni, and it's the administration that makes this university the greatest in the country. And we're doing the best we can. We have different ideas and different thoughts, and we I think, do a good job of articulating those differences in a professional and civil manner. And I think we should be proud of that, but we also need to make sure that we keep in mind why this university is so great. We're just here as stewards to advise the faculty, to advise the administration, to advise the Board of Governors, and to use the authority that we have wisely. And I think so far, I just want to thank you for starting that process to bring the faculty and our board closer together so that we can do great things here at Chapel Hill.
Thank you, Trustee Meekins. Trustee Patel.
Thank you, Chair Turner. I remember the first call I got when I got appointed in 2021 was from the News and Observer, asking me my thoughts. And I said, I'm a simple hotel guy. I mean, what do I know about a university system, right? But I said, in my mind, our role was pretty simple. You know, education is baseline. I mean, that's just there. That's what the university is here for. I said, but what we've got to focus on is the experience of the 4 years that the students spend here. And it's not a different set of experiences for different sets of students. It's the one Carolina experience that should be available, excuse me, and afforded to everybody that comes here, no matter who you are, where you came from, what your background is. It is the Carolina experience that you deserve, and it's across the board. So I think we need to focus on that. The other thing that I think we've started doing and we need to do more of is the financial training that students get, not just the degree, because I think that is part of the return on investment that this institution should provide. The Financial Wellbeing Center that we have here, not just financial well-being while you are in school. It's understanding what financial well-being means once you leave after 4 years or whatever it is. You know, are you able to figure out how to live on what you bring in? So I think that's got to be a must as a student graduates from here, goes out in the real world saying, okay, I've got a degree, now I got to figure out what financial well-being means to me. So I think a focus on that would be something that we should definitely take a look at.
Thank you, Trustee Patel. Trustee Allison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just start by very briefly echoing what Trustee Meekins said. I, for one, really enjoyed what you set up yesterday with our faculty and look forward to deepening that engagement and hopefully getting us, into some classrooms and some labs at times to see where the real action is happening and the extraordinary things going on in this campus. Then second point is just simply around, as we think about our agendas through the next year, Chancellor Roberts has a very compelling strategic plan for this university and making sure we make time in our meetings to go deep, on each element of that at different, which could be spread across a year. We touch on those things quite a bit in the context of our committee meetings, but sometimes it's good also to kind of pull it up and say, okay, on this particular element, let's talk about it holistically. And it kind of as a center plate, topic perhaps that could be done, throughout the course of the year. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Allison. Did I see a comment to my left? Trustee Alvarez.
Thank you. I think that, in a shared governance model, not everything can always be perfect. I think something I admire about the board is that we are getting a new recreation center because board members got to see the state of the recreation center that one time the board went on a tour. I think that it's important to think about, I don't know exactly what this would look like, but provide more opportunities for the board to engage in what everyday campus life looks like so that there can be a clear understanding of what the priorities when you're on your feet on campus are. Maybe when you are onboarded to the board, you get a tour of campus and you get to see all the areas you see. You see how much work the student union needs to have, for example, or you go to see dining facilities, or you go to see recreation facilities. And so you can come here and get an understanding about where our students at every day, what other classrooms look like, what other facilities look like, when we make decisions, I think that sometimes we are not provided with enough context. We're giving like, hey, there need to be improvements in this regard, but a lot of things need to be seen for you to believe or for you to understand the scope of improvements. I think that's a good point. And I think also when the board makes big decisions, I think sometimes it's difficult because we build tension with the campus community, and I think that potentially allowing, when we're about to make decisions previous to a board meeting, allowing, I don't know, public comment opportunities for students to be able to come and express their concerns. I represent students, but I represent 34,000 students, and I can't always voice everyone's concerns or know everyone's concerns. So I do think that opening up, maybe if it's just digital public comment, but letting students and faculty come in and provide their thoughts on major decisions the board is about to make, I think that can also help provide more context as to what decisions land like when they're made on campus. So those are improvements I think could take us in a better route. But I appreciate your leadership, and I appreciate yesterday when we got to have lunch with the faculty, it felt like we were opening up the doors for the community to come in and talk to us. You know, I can represent students and I talk to faculty, and sometimes I talk on behalf of the faculty, but it's great to be able to have them here and interact with board members, because that's how we build shared governance and we build trust with the rest of the university community.
Excellent. Thank you, Trustee Alvarez. Any other comments before we move on? Well, thank you so much for that input. That's very helpful. I think it's indicative of this board's commitment to excellence. And if you're committed to excellence, that's a function of at least two things: having an exceptionally high standard of excellence, but two, and perhaps the harder part, a robust stamina for excellence, to work hard to achieve that standard day in, day out. And I know a lot of the comments that we've heard, all the comments that we've heard, are rooted in that same commitment to excellence. So thank you. I'll now recognize Trustee Patel to give the report of the Audit, Compliance, and Risk Management Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Turner, Board of Trustee members, this report covers items discussed during the meeting of the Committee on Audit, Compliance, Risk Management yesterday, November the 12th. The committee reviewed and approved the Audit, Compliance, and Risk Management Committee Charter and the Office of Internal Audit Charter. These items were approved by the board early this morning as part of the consent agenda. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Trustee Patel. I'll now recognize Trustee Cotis to give the report of the Budget, Finance, and Infrastructure Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Turner and Board of Trustees members, this report covers items discussed during the Committee on Budget and Finance and Infrastructure's meeting yesterday, November 12th. The committee considered and approved the open session minutes of September 24, 2025, the Endowment Fund Annual Report, and several capital projects on its consent agenda, including one request for Advanced Planning Spending Authority, one request for Advanced Planning Spending Authority increase, a request for 5 designer selections, and the transfer to the University of the endowment distribution from the investment fund. These items were approved by the board as part of the consent agenda this morning. Detailed information about each request is available and on board. The committee also considered the university's tuition and fee proposal for 2026-2027. During the discussion of university's tuition fee proposal, the committee passed a motion approving the majority of the proposal while also keeping resident undergraduate tuition flat for 2026-2027 and allowing for the possibility of additional increases in graduate tuition to keep non-resident graduate tuition to keep the proposal revenue neutral. The committee also directed Vice Chancellor Knuffman to report today to the board on how to accomplish this. I now invite Vice Chancellor Knuffman to provide that proposal.
Thanks for the robust discussion yesterday and engagement on the tuition and fee proposal. We have considered that feedback, and we'd like this body to reconsider the tuition and fee proposal that we put forward yesterday. I want to just summarize some of the key parts of that proposal again. Housing rates, 7% increase, dining rates, 3.9%, fee increase of 3% to support the Campus Rec and Wellness Center, school-based tuition increases as proposed by the School of Government, the School of Pharmacy, and the School of Law, graduate campus-based tuition, no change, undergraduate non-resident increase of 10%, and undergraduate resident increase of 3%, or $211. We do believe this proposal best balances the need for additional resources while also remaining consistent with our longstanding commitment to affordability. I want to emphasize a point the Chancellor made yesterday with respect to the resident tuition proposal. We remain concerned about the dynamic where UNC-Chapel Hill is requesting a sizable level of enrollment dollars, likely north of $15 million from the legislature, yet we're not using all the options available to us to generate additional dollars. Happy to address any additional questions on the proposal.
So to summarize some of our discussion yesterday, we were anchoring our discussion around three governing authorities. The North Carolina Constitution, Article 9, Section 9, which requires UNC to provide education to North Carolinians free of expense as far as practicable. This makes affordability for North Carolina residents a constitutional mandate, not a policy preference. State Statute GS 116-144, which explicitly requires higher market-aligned tuition for non-residents. Language is that tuition must be higher than that charged to residents and comparable to rates at comparable public institutions nationwide, which we received a report on. And the adjustments through there had room within that. I want to say the graduate tuition was $2,000 less than our peers, so it is not at that rate yet. And the BOG tuition policy 1000.11, which requires resident undergraduate tuition and fees to stay in the bottom quartile, requires campuses to exhaust all other levers before proposing resident increases. That includes internal efficiencies and cost reductions, many of which we've taken with the $70 million, and non-resident and graduate tuition alignment. Therefore, the policy we're considering today is not discretionary. It's what the Constitution, statutes, and BOG require of us. Why flat tuition is really the only compliant option is because raising resident tuition would only generate roughly $800,000 in additional revenue. The other out-of-state increases generate closer to $15 to $30 million worth of additional revenue. We have not exhausted every other lever unless we do those non-resident increases or look for other sources of revenue through there. This is our guiding framework that comes from the Constitution, state statute, and BOG policy. For that reason, I move that we adopt a tuition and fee policy that reflects what the committee proposed yesterday, which is a flat North Carolina resident flat tuition for undergraduates, the 10% increase for the non-resident undergraduate tuition, the, I want to say, Nate, was it 1% that would be effectively revenue neutral?
Correct.
For graduate non-resident tuition? And just for some reference on that, you've got three, well, actually I'll cover that in discussion. And the other increases to dining and housing that were proposed, which are approximately 7% for housing and roughly 4% for dining.
I will second that. Trustee Curtis?
Okay. So who was that second from? From Trustee Blaine. Does anyone need me to restate that? Or are they clear on the motion on the floor? So that is flat in-state tuition for resident undergraduate, the 10% increase for non-resident undergraduate, a 1% increase for non-resident graduate, and the 7% increase for housing, the approximate 4% increase for dining, and the school-based tuition that was proposed in the package as well.
And the 3% on fees.
And the $53 increase in fees, which is the 3% cap for the debt service fee. So that is the motion on the floor. Is there any discussion? Yes.
I've been thinking about this on and off, and I fully appreciate and understand the need to keep it where it is and keep it flat. But my just thinking out loud, just delegated authority model that's out here, I would assume that the BOG's recommendation of 3%, that they've then delegated out to us, and I would assume that their recommendation is coming from their delegated authority from the legislature. So this is not a today solution I would assume that they're thinking of. This is a solution for the future as we move forward. So I just wanted to put that into context. I know keeping it flat right now is the answer for today, but I think I would assume that after 9 years to have the authority to do this, to give the authority to the schools to raise it 3, there is some reasoning behind it. And I would assume that they have exhausted every option as provided by the Constitution and the guidelines to come up with this. I don't think personally that it was a easy decision made by them. I wasn't in the room, so I can't say what they did and didn't do, but I just want us to think about that as we decide to vote on this.
Trustee Patel, to give you some historical reference, just so you know, I was on the BOG from 2013 to 2021, and there was a lot of heated debate and discussion leading to a 17-15 vote back in, I want to say, 2014 or 2015 that led to the first flattening of tuition, and a lot of angst around it at that time. And I think now everyone is kind of celebrating that flat tuition for a period of time. It led to a lot of good reforms, and kind of sometimes challenges can force a reform. I did clarify with Kirk that, Trustee Bradley, that this is a 3%, up to 3% allowance. It is not a mandated 3% requirement, and we do have other levers that we can pull. Trustee Meekins?
Yeah, you referenced an $800,000 difference. That's just in the first year. Over the 4-year time period, it will be up to $4 million, and that's a base. So it will, if we're allowed to, or if we need to increase tuition the next year or 5 years from now, whenever it is, it's cumulative in effect. It's not just an $800,000 issue, number one. Number two, I served on the Tuition and Fees Committee 7 years ago, and it's a body of students, faculty, trustees, administration, and they've come to us and recommended this. Our CFO is recommending this. Our chancellor is recommending this. The Board of Governors has allowed us, after 8 years of not being allowed to do it, to increase our tuition for in-state students up to 3%. And after 9 years of not being able to do so, this is an opportunity to increase the funds that are available to make us a better university, to have a well-paid faculty, and to take care of some financial needs that we obviously have in a very, very difficult time that we have here on campus. And I can't imagine us not wanting to take advantage of the directive from the Board of Governors to allow us to do this, because we may not get that opportunity next year. They may say next year we cannot. And so I do believe, and no one likes, I don't like standing here or sitting here arguing for increased fees for anyone, but we're talking about $211. And I have, like you, own a business, and we like to give our employees a cost of living increase every year, and consider how much that dollar is worth today versus what it was worth a year ago. And we've been stagnant for 8 years. And so I'm concerned that if we continue to go in that route, at some point in time, to the extent we ever do have any type of crisis, we're not going to be talking about 3%, we're going to be talking about something that's going to be much, much more significant and will hit the future students a lot harder. Secondly, and I'll be quiet, we are the university first and for all. And I very much appreciate the fact that this is, how much money we get from the legislature, and this is North Carolina, and we need to continue to give preference to North Carolina students as far as the numbers of students that come here, and to keep tuition as low as possible as mandated by the Constitution. But we're also the greatest, one of the greatest, if not the greatest university in the country, and that may sound arrogant and piss off some other fans of other schools. But it's also because of our out-of-state students and our students abroad that come here, wanting to come here, and have such a difficult time getting into this university. And we don't necessarily have to put the burden on them so it gets so high that we lose that edge that we now have where they do want to come to this great university. So I'm very much in favor of the CFO's recommendation and feel that we should not vote without including a 3% increase for in-state tuition.
Trustee Valentine.
Mr. Chairman, I just have a question right now, and maybe to you, maybe to Vice Chancellor Knuffman. The Board of Governors allowed an up to 3% increase for in-state students, but I keep hearing that it's not just 800,000, it's 3.2 million because it's over 4 years. So is that something that they could change at a whim in the next few months and say, oh, well, all these universities did increase in-state tuition 3%, but we're not going to let them do it in year 2, 3, and 4?
Yeah, what he's referencing is that this applies, because we have the 4-year guarantee, this applies only to the new incoming students or students in their 5th or 6th year, potentially if they're staying longer. So you've got a 120 credit hour guarantee. So that's why the phased in, so that the tuition rate goes up, but you can't charge it to everyone until you have different years come in. However, with the graduate students, the increase is immediate.
I have a,
Chair.
Mrs. Ramsey.
Go ahead, Trustee White.
I just want to make sure I understand from yesterday's discussion. Tuition can be used at any system school. So if we raise tuition, it's not 100% that it would come back into the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Is that correct?
The Board of Governors has the authority to do flex cuts. And to do a flex cut, there can be different allocations. There's the ability to reallocate funds within the system.
Got it. And to your point, for our campus only, Chapel Hill, I don't believe we've exercised all levers, and levers that we could exercise that we know 100% would bring revenue into our campus. And I'd follow that with, I don't think anyone here is saying that we don't want more money to do good things. I think it's just how we want to get that money.
Trustee Lloyd?
I appreciate the arguments that you made and that Trustee Blaine made yesterday. I understand the good intent behind them, and it's honorable. I appreciate the flexibility and the flexibility that the Board of Governors extended to us in allowing us to consider the 3% increase. I think it's a fallacy to say that keeping tuition flat fulfills the Constitution. The Constitution says that the General Assembly shall provide, as far as practicable, free higher education to the people of the state. The General Assembly, through the Board of Governors, speaks broadly beyond this board for the allocation of revenue from the General Assembly itself, the students through tuition, and they help in other ways, and we know we get lots of revenue from the federal government as well. The General Assembly could decide to fund the entire budget of the university and keep it free in terms of tuition. If we really want to adhere to the Constitution, the letter of the Constitution, tuition should be zero. But in what world, even a conservative mindset, would you not think that the people who are receiving the direct benefit should be contributing something? And I think if you look at the ratio of what the taxpayers contribute and what tuition contributes, what we do in all the other ways that we get grants, and it's a $4.5 billion franchise. So I think that to look at a $9,000 total cost of attending the university as an in-state student and say that that is an undue burden, to think that keeping it flat fulfills the Constitution to be free, or as free as practicable, that's not true either. So let's be intellectually honest. Let's either go to zero and keep it free and ask the Board of Governors to ask the General Assembly to fund the entire budget, or let's just be pragmatic and reasonable and look at the fact that tuition's not flat, tuition's gone down in real dollars because we haven't even done a simple cost of living inflation increase in the 9 years that this policy has been in place. Again, I'm very grateful the Board of Governors is being flexible now. I think we should raise tuition more than 3%. And raise the need dollars in proportion to that. But we need, until this university can fulfill its mission and defend its brand, to have a higher floor on the quality of the services that we provide, the quality of the housing, the pay of faculty, any other thing. Until we have raised the bar to an acceptable level, we need more revenue, and we need revenue from every single source that we can find. So this is not a, we'll take the 800 here and find it somewhere else. We need to find it here, we need to take it here, and we need to raise all the private dollars that we're raising. I think the private dollars that we're raising is a real testament to the strength of the university, but it is absolutely appropriate for the General Assembly to say they're going to give 600, 700 million, and that our tuition is going to be the second lowest in the country for a public institution. So let's just be intellectually honest about the arguments that we're making. Thanks.
Understood. And just to clarify that Article 9 talks about as free as practicable and mentions to the people of the state, not the people of other states. So that's the differential on the resident versus non-resident. Because if they just funded everything, that would be for, I think right now we're sitting at roughly 40% non-resident between undergrad and graduate programs. So I think that's maybe one of the nuances there as well. Trustee Alvarez.
Sorry, yes, I got to co-chair the Tuition and Fees Advisory Task Force with Vice Chancellor Knopfman, and just bringing this up again, we truly don't think that the student perception of a small increase is negative. In fact, students know that the university is in need of collecting revenue. And in fact, when you think about tuition being frozen for 10 years, and the main word that comes is an inflation a thing? Are prices still going up? And where is the university getting money from? So I will support the 3% increase for in-state students. I do think that we underestimate how far those millions can, what it can mean for the university, for operations, for the maintenance backlog that we're experiencing. For example, just the cuts still open from the academic programs, those are $2 million of cuts. Like it may be a small amount, it may don't sound like 800,000, but I think when we do hit that 4 million with the enrollment growth, it will mean something for the budget. And we will continue to be a university of great value. When you see University of California schools that are right above us in the rankings, in-state tuition is $17,000 at UC Berkeley and $15,000 at UCLA. The value continues to be excellent, and it won't make a dramatic difference like it is for out-of-state students, but I do think that students will perceive as a university thinking strategically, where can we get more revenue? I trust the chancellor's actions with the state legislator and his perspective in the Board of Governors. And I truly don't think that we are so far, from what I've heard, the ASG system, the only school that is not considering the 3% increase. So it does surprise me a little bit that we're the only school not jumping into it, and we have the chance to do so. And pretty much all the other campuses are taking their chance. And I heard yesterday the argument that we shouldn't jump off a bridge just because we're told to do so. But it does give me a lot of reassurance when I hear the chancellor supporting what the task force recommended a couple months ago, which involved staff, faculty, and students who came together to make that recommendation to this board.
I am curious, Trustee Alvarez, if those same students were aware of the 7% dining increase, 4% dining increase, 7% housing, and the $53 fee that's not only this year, but a multi-year increase, if they factored all of that in, because all of that adds up to a pretty good chunk. What's the total number, Nate, when you factor all those together?
It would depend some on what you assume for the different dining meals
Just
and housing
ballpark.
rates, but I could get back to you on what it is incrementally.
Okay. Trustee Allison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My dogs woke me up at 4:30 this morning, so I've had a long time to reflect on yesterday's conversation. Sometimes it's a good thing, sometimes it's bad. But reflecting on the chancellor's perspective on this yesterday, my primary concern was not around the 3% tuition increase in absolute, but was the performance funding dynamic. And I'm grateful for Kirk Bradley to be here this morning and share some of the Board of Governors' perspective on that. And so as I have continued to contemplate this, I will stand in support of the chancellor and Nate's recommendation on this. I think it's reasonable in an absolute sense, and I think we have to lock arms with our friends in the Board of Governors and do the right thing together.
Chair Turner?
I support examining all cost drivers. I support examining all revenue drivers. I also acknowledge the optics that Vice Chancellor Knuffman and the Chancellor raised yesterday with the General Assembly, where we were asking for endowment funding and not using tools available to us. I acknowledge the System Office has provided tools for us to be part of our own solution. I thought yesterday was a very healthy, robust discussion, and it also occurred to me as we talk about time frame. We have Carolina students walking on campus today who were in middle school the last time there was an increase. And all things together, again, fully support examining all cost drivers, all revenue sources. I've now come to the view that we should support the university's proposal on tuition increases. So thank you, Trustee Cotis.
Other discussion and debate? Trustee Blaine.
I have a question for the chancellor. What is the critical difference-making item you're going to spend this $800,000 on?
We're in a situation in which our traditional sources of revenue are all under stress. So uncertainty about federal research funding, no state budget with no enrollment funding. We don't have enrollment funding for the current sophomores, let alone the current freshmen, and at a time when we're trying to grow enrollment. And so we need additional revenue across the board. And while it's $800,000 now, as has been discussed, that builds into the base as the 8-semester guarantee burns off for the current students. So I think we have an obligation to use the tools we have available.
So you don't have a specific, just absolutely critical needle mover you're going to spend this $800,000 on?
We have significant strategic priorities, as you know, including the master plan for the campus, building out our AI capabilities, expanding and augmenting our engineering capabilities, and growing enrollment, which has a J-curve effect to it and costs money on the front end. So it would support all our strategic priorities.
I don't think that that's much of an answer. Again, I'll reiterate what I said yesterday. This university could find, we could find 800,000, I mean, we could very easily go through this budget and find $800,000. This is the easy button. This is the lazy way. And it is not that this is just $200. We're talking about substantial increases in housing costs to students and families. We're talking about substantial increasing in food cost. We discussed yesterday, this $1 million, I guess that you entered into $1 million PR contract when we have $11 million worth of expenses in comms. I mean, if we went through development, if we went through our expenses as a board, I don't think there's any argument that we're running at maximum efficiency around here. And I think we have a constitutional obligation. I understand and actually agree with just about everything Trustee Evans said, but our constitutional obligation, as outlined by Trustee Code, is to do everything we can to not increase tuition on in-state students. And the other thing is it's not just that this isn't the only money that in-state students are contributing to this institution. In-state students pay about $150 million in tuition. I actually think it wouldn't be that hard to take that number to zero if we put our minds to it. I mean, that's basically doing twice what we've done with the $70 million of recurring efficiency costs. I think if we wanted to make this place free, we could. I don't think there's the will to do that. But again, I think we have an obligation to do everything else. There are all sorts of things I would consider before voting for an in-state tuition increase. We could increase user fees like parking. We could, there are just a variety of other things that we could go to. I don't think the administration socialized this raise with this board other than until they dropped it into the packet and handed it out to us. I'd heard nothing about it. I talked to my fellow budget committee members. It was news to them. So, I mean, we weren't really consulted on this. Didn't give us an opportunity to really explore other options as it relates to finding reductions. I mean, I also think, again, we talk about the inflationary cost here, but again, as I talked about yesterday, if you want to go back to 1947, the earliest published tuition rate for the university was $54. If you adjust that for inflation, it's $850. So we're charging students effectively 10 times the inflationary rate of growth if you want to go back to the first published tuition rate that I could find. So again, there's lies, damn lies, and statistics. So I don't think the inflationary rate is particularly useful metric because you can pick your point in time and adjust it from there. Again, we have a constitutional obligation. This is the easy way out. We're already hitting students and their families with a variety of other increases. The General Assembly has increased our funding by, I was just looking at it, by like, I don't know, $70 million in the last 5 years. So, I mean, taxpayers are annually putting, close to $550 million into our budget. So it's not just the tuition that in-state families are paying for. One of the reasons we don't raise tuition is because all of us pay, when we buy anything, when we make any money, we pay to go to this school. And again, $800,000 in a budget of our size is pocket lint. I am totally unpersuaded that it moves the needle. I feel like it sends the wrong signal to people about our commitment to being efficient and to using the budget. And I'd encourage people to support the proposal that is before us, that Chairman Cotis has put forward, and vote that in. And again, if the Board of Governors, with more information later in the budgeting cycle, decides that we need to raise our tuition, they have the authority to do that of their own accord, and are probably better positioned to make that decision. And even beyond that, if the General Assembly wanted to make adjustments to our tuition, they can make adjustments to our tuition. But I think we need to send the message that we're going to try and manage within the $4.5 billion corpus of funds that we have, and that we can find a way to find $800,000 and make those ends meet without pressing the easy button and doing what I would view as the lazy thing. Because I just don't think that our budget at the end of the day can survive a lot of scrutiny. I think we will, if people start really going through it with a fine-tooth comb. We already know that the General Assembly has targeted some of the centers on our campus. I don't think we can, if somebody were to say, is there $800,000 around here you could get some other way than raising tuition on North Carolina residents, and start looking, I think they would say there's a lot of ways. And I think some of them would be embarrassing to us. So again, I think that we need to say we can find a way to do this without raising in-state tuition, and that we know how to find $800,000 in a $4 billion budget without hitting North Carolina students and families who've already invested billions of dollars, who invest $550 million a year in this campus already out of their tax dollars. And again, if people further up the food chain with new information at a later date, do decide that, we need to raise tuition, they're better equipped with that information to make that recommendation. But I think we need to say here today that this board thinks we can manage without that $800,000.
Trustee
Now,
Patel and then Trustee Lloyd.
Don't usually disagree with Trustee Blaine, but I think the easy button is raising tuition either way. I mean, we started the process, thanks to you, of the hard button on finding those efficiencies internally. I think this is just, as I stated earlier, this is not a today solution. This is looking into the future and where we might be. I mean, the easy button is always going to be raise tuition, whether it's in-state or out-of-state. And we're saying going from, and I remember the heartache that we had when on my first day on the board, when I said we need to raise out-of-state tuition more than we were, the 1 or 2%, when I first came on in 2021. And here we are talking about a 10% increase to that number 4 years later. So that easy button has been pushed quite a bit. Now we're working on the hard button with the $70 million that's been identified and will continue to identify, and then keeping that war chest, as you had mentioned, that contingency fund that's there. I mean, are there opportunities? Most definitely. And again, my thinking is it's the solution we're trying to find is not a today solution. It's a solution for 5, 10 years down the road. Who knows? And then, as the Chancellor said, I mean, how are we going to go to the legislature and ask for more funding when they've said, we've allowed the Board of Governors to do this, and you decided not to, and now you're coming back to us to say, give us more funding, or to the Board of Governors say, give us more funding, and we didn't use one of the levers that they gave us.
Trustee Lloyd?
Trustee Blaine, I just think it's an incorrect framing to position a 3% increase after a flat 9 years really even as an increase. And I don't think that we need to criticize ourselves if we were just reflecting cost of living inflation. I love your example's very clever to go back to the 50s, but we live in today's world, and we live in a world of free market, and the free market value of this university's education is far beyond. I mean, how many years in a row have we been the best value? 21 years. So we're winning. We're winning the argument of being the best value, of being as free as practicable. And the Constitution does not say the Board of Trustees or the Chancellor will make it free. It says the General Assembly will. And the General Assembly is giving us the resources it gives us, and we need to generate revenue in every legitimate place as reasonable free market principles dictate. The value of this education here is higher than we charge. It's higher for in-state, it's higher for out-of-state, in some cases by factors of 3 or 5. And my real issue is, why do we tolerate being so much less expensive than anyone but the University of Florida while we continue to tolerate the deficiencies in the services that we provide? I have had 5 children attend this university, 3 who have graduated, 2 who are here, and I'm very much engaged in the life of the university, as you know. And at every corner, there are so many things that need our attention. Your leadership to get the $70 million reduction in the operating budget and the hard work of the Vice Chancellor's team and the Chancellor's team is to be commended. And that has to happen at the same time that we need to raise more revenue in any reasonable place we can. So I want us to be priced closer to market. I want in-state tuition to be as low as practicable. I want the General Assembly and the Board of Governors to give us guidance on the correct allocation of taxpayer money to dollars from those who directly benefit. But your goal is honorable and admirable, but this is a large institution that needs to reflect the value of its market and needs to improve the services delivered at every single corner, far in excess of the revenue that's currently coming in, because we have tolerated, as you know, an accumulated balance of deferred maintenance and other types of things that we shouldn't be tolerating. So I'm going to stand behind the Chancellor's recommendation and vote along with the Chairman.
Okay, I'll give you a few final, is there any other discussion? If not, I'll reserve.
I'll just, Mr. Chairman, again, I want to just kind of reiterate how I think about this thing from principal standpoint. The out-of-state tuition increases give me heartburn, but I understand that our goal ought to be at market with out-of-state tuition, and that we ought to have our out-of-state students covering the cost it takes to educate them. I also think that graduate programs, same principle there. But the principle as it relates to undergraduate tuition is laid out in our state constitution that we all swear an oath to uphold when we serve on this board, and that's that we do everything we can to make this free, or as close to free as we can. And if that didn't exist, I totally, we have market rate and do all sorts of things. But the General Assembly has dramatically increased their appropriations in the last 5 years to the school. I was just looking at, they've increased appropriations, I think, by over $110 million to Carolina in the last 5 years. So, they're putting the money in. I just think until we've exhausted all other options, we really ought to do everything we can to keep the tuition component of student costs at a zero growth level. And, to your point about the housing, I think that's why I support the 7% increase as it relates to housing costs, because it's to address the physical plant issues there. And I agree that that's a real issue. And I don't have a problem with, fee to address those specific things. But again, I think that the tuition component, there's a principle behind it that guides my thinking on that. And I think we should, again, it's hard for me to understand how $800,000 moves the needle. I would actually probably have an easier time contemplating something like a 10 or 20% tuition increase that was part of a larger discussion around, what is free is practicable and what that amount of money could do, and are we changing our approach? But that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about a minuscule $800,000 in a multi-billion-dollar budget, and to me, you ought to adhere to your principles on that, and so that's kind of where I'm coming from.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Trustee Valentine.
I think the Constitution, Article 9, Section 9, that says expenses should be free as far as practicable. I don't know where you could find a definition of free that is $9,000. $211 less or minus that isn't going to change. It's still not free. And so I do think that one of the points that Trustee Blaine made should be looked at by this board, in that, what is our principle? What do we want to do? We have a vague, ambiguous constitutional provision, but what is best for our constituents, our residents of the state? Do we go to the market value and raise it 20%? Or do we take it to zero? I mean, those are polar opposites, but one thing I've noted about government is once you turn on the faucet to increase, it never stops. And 3% this year, 3% for 4 more years, then, as Trustee Patel said, go from 1 or 2% to 10%. And so I do think we need to hold the line here and not just make a decision without considering what our goal is. What do we want to do at this university? Do we want it to be free for our citizens, or do we want it to be market-based? Neither one of those are in this 3% proposal. So for now, I think it's important to keep the spigot off for in-state residents. And I know it's only 3%, but that 3% compounded over 4 years, and then who knows how long after that. So I support Chairman Codis's motion. We are, I think, being very practical and reasonable in increasing fees that have a service or a component that they are attached to. It's not just nebulous in the general fund, but it's for a specific purpose. I think his motion is very reasonable, and I'm going to vote yes on his motion.
Any other discussion before I make a final comment? As we close out this item, I want to return to the framework that governs every decision we make on tuition. There are 3 controlling authorities: the Constitution, the state statutes, and the Board of Governors policy. First, the North Carolina Constitution requires that the benefits of UNC be extended to the people of the state free of expense as far as practicable. That's a clear affordability mandate for North Carolinians. Second, state statute requires us to charge higher market-aligned tuition to non-residents. when we heard, for those of us that were in the Budget and Finance meeting yesterday, on graduate tuition, we are $2,000 lower for non-residents than our peer group. So I understand many of the comments are being made by folks around this room about making sure that we charge a market rate and we generate revenue. If that is your goal, then we should increase that tuition. Because I think if that is not something that you're looking to adopt, then it's not really about that. And I worry sometimes that there is an idea that we need to support the chancellor or support the university, and that means rubber stamping. Our job here is to offer advice. Going back to the BOG discussion in 2014, 2015, with that 17-15 vote, the administration was not recommending that we keep tuition flat. And yet, after 9 years of it, it has been celebrated for that. And our president of the system has celebrated the fact that tuition has been flat. In September, several of the board members communicated a clear preference to keep in-state tuition flat. So this is not a surprise in this meeting that people are bringing that up. But to be clear, we've kept resident undergraduate tuition flat since 2017, and the General Assembly has consistently celebrated that, publicly and privately. Not once has the legislature criticized UNC-Chapel Hill for affordability for keeping North Carolina resident tuition flat. So that, to me, is a false flag. To say that the General Assembly will respond negatively to us keeping tuition flat is flat wrong, I believe. And beyond that, the Trump administration has expressed significant interest in keeping tuition flat. So I think there's those two elements. When we look at the question of revenue, again, we're talking about $800,000 that may increase over 4 years. But if you increased graduate non-resident tuition alone, you would generate approximately $10 million, just to bring it up to market. So if revenue is the goal, we have a lever to pull that will accomplish that. And it will be then aligned with state law and BOG policy and materially more productive. On cost savings, we're identifying significant cost savings, but managing legal risk is another one that we could cut cost on. We spent roughly $35 million on the SFFA discussion, and we continue to spend money on various things like that. There are other levers we can pull to manage our costs down and to not spend dollars. And then lastly, let's call this $800,000 versus the $1 million on the PR contract a PR investment. Think about the positive press that UNC can receive for maintaining flat tuition, when I'm going to bet you every one of our peers in the system uses the full 3%. There's a value to that story. There's a value to the marketing value to that for the university, not only with the Trump administration, with our state legislature, and with the people of the state, that I think far outweighs that $800,000 in revenue. That's a significant, if you could spend that in your own businesses and get that level of attention, would you spend that versus spending $1 million on a private consultant? I think the answer would be yes. So when you pull it all together, we're looking at our Constitution, state statutes, BOG policy, the legislative history, the math, and the compliance savings and the public affairs impact. For all of those reasons, I believe this modified approach, which again is only changing one lever, the non-resident or the resident tuition, and increasing the non-resident graduate tuition, is the right path. Now, that being said, we have 4 of our board members missing today, and after Trustee Ballantyne reminded me that I might want to look at Robert's Rules of Order again, I would like to move to postpone this item until we can have a full vote of the board via ballot on this important measure, which could happen in the next few days via on-board. So that motion supersedes my prior motion and any other motion, and I would like a second for that.
You have a second.
All right? So the motion is to postpone to allow our full board, including our 4 members that are not here today, to vote on the measure.
Trustee Coates, I'm sorry. Somebody else has to make a substitute motion. You can't make a substitute motion.
Okay? Trustee Blaine, your substitute motion is to defer or to postpone the vote on this motion until we can receive a ballot from the full, or have a ballot vote from the full board. And is there a second for that?
Second.
Trustee Pryor seconds. All those in favor of the postponement, please raise your, well, I guess we can do a roll call on that, probably, be the easiest.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry,
discuss
sorry.
the motion, yeah,
Absolutely.
just-
Here I am forgetting Robert's Rules of Order again. I take.
No, I just want a clarification. If we're postponing it, the vote, is the vote on the motion or the recommendation that was made out of committee?
The vote is on the postponement.
No, I understand that, but then whatever the on-board vote would be, would it be on the recommendation that the committee has made? Or?
Trustee Patel, so just, in full transparency, I think strategically what this accomplishes is it moves the vote to a paper ballot after this meeting, which would make it impossible for this to be defeated and then have a substitute motion for a tuition increase at this meeting for consideration. So just to be clear, strategically, that's what is happening here. I don't want to play hide the ball with you. So if you want to raise, if you want to get a chance to vote to raise in-state tuition, you need to vote against this motion. Then you need to defeat the underlying motion to not raise tuition, and then someone needs to bravely soldier forward and be the face of the tuition hikers. So
And then that motion could theoretically be postponed as well, and that could be voted on by the full board.
which would make sense.
I do think
But it
this is a
also would be
matter-
helpful, in my opinion, if board members made a little more effort to show up for meetings, but I digress.
I think an alternate concept that we could consider would be, so I'm moved, well, no, that's a postponement motion, so there is no, well, no, is there? I defer to my parliamentarian.
You can only move to adjourn your.
That's right.
Can I just, let me ask you?
Right. So the motion, sorry, discussion on the motion.
Mr. Chairman, with respect, and Trustee White is on the phone. Is Trustee White allowed to vote?
She's not allowed to vote.
Okay. But we do have a quorum present, don't we?
Yeah.
Do we really want to start the precedent of this board of delaying a vote that is truly only advisory, that is consistent with what is being presented to us and will go on to other bodies?
Trustee Evans, upon
am Trustee
reflection.
Lloyd, Blaine. Why
Trustee
can't you
Lloyd,
get my
upon
name right?
reflection, you are correct, and I withdraw my motion.
Thank you.
Again, having studied
Thank you.
Robert's Rules of Order, once the motion has come before the board and been properly seconded, it cannot be withdrawn. I did my
I want to
research on
oppose
Robert's
my own
rules after
motion.
Patrick's. Okay. Well, so we can ask, is there any objection to Trustee Blaine's withdrawal of his motion? And if there is no objection, then that can be withdrawn. Is there any objection to Trustee Blaine withdrawing his motion?
No.
I do not object. I think we are saving money by not paying an official parliamentarian.
Okay. All right, so Trustee Blaine's motion is withdrawn, and the motion stands before, the prior motion is my motion then to not increase undergraduate tuition, in-state tuition, to increase the out-of-state undergraduate tuition, the 10%, to increase graduate out-of-state tuition 1%, to increase dining fees 7%, 3.9%, to increase housing fees 7%, to approve the graduate school proposals as seen in your board package. And is that it? Oh, and approve the $53 debt service fee increase. That is the motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion of that motion? Okay, if we can have a roll call vote on that. Yes, please.
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Mr. Allison?
No.
Mr. Alvarez?
Just to confirm, this is in-state tuition stays flat, right?
Yes.
No.
Mr. Valentine?
Yes.
Mr. Blaine?
Yes.
Mr. Brown's not with us. Mr. Jones voted. Mr. Curtis?
Yes.
Ms. Lloyd? No. Mr. Meekins?
No.
Mr. Patel?
No.
Mr. Pryor?
Yes.
Mr. Turner? No.
Motion fails.
May I move that
Trustee
we
Lloyd.
approve the recommendation of the Vice Chancellor as stated?
Second.
Okay, you have a motion by Trustee Lloyd and a second by Trustee Meekins to approve the presented tuition and fee proposal as originally presented by the administration. Is there any discussion or debate? Okay. Now, I will move to postpone that particular vote. You're allowed to do that. I can move to postpone the motion to a date at which the full board can vote via ballot.
To be clear, it would be a substitute motion.
It's a motion to postpone.
A substitute motion to postpone.
Okay?
I'd like to speak to that motion. Chairman Cotis, while I certainly appreciate what you are trying to accomplish and agree with it, and I think the idea of raising in-state tuition sets a terrible precedent, as I have outlined. And while I also appreciate the amount of time it takes to serve on this board, I do think if you're serving on the board, in most instances, you have an obligation to be here and participate in the discussion. I understand that there's some extenuating circumstances, in particular with Trustee Bryan's circumstance, but I do not think it is a good precedent to set, notwithstanding my agreement with what you were trying to achieve, to push votes of the board out to paper ballots. I don't think we should do that. So I'm going to oppose this motion on that basis. As y'all are well aware, I've generally opposed the use of paper ballots with the board for virtually everything else because I think it limits discussion. So I just want to be consistent in that, and I think we ought to do the business before us with the people here, notwithstanding how I might disagree with the outcome and disagree pretty stridently with the process and the way the administration has handled this in terms of involving the board in the discussions.
Briefly.
Yes.
I also believe that a vote of 6-5 sends the very message that those who are objecting wish to send. And I think the robust debate has been healthy, and it is reflected in the split vote of the board.
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask you to withdraw your substitute motion. I mean, it's a fait accompli. We don't need to kick the can down the road.
I'm just sensitive to the fact that Trustee Bryan is out with his mother right now, and we've got other folks that have had challenges as well. We've received dozens of paper votes that have been submitted to us, lots of walk-on items, things like that. I think this can be accomplished in the next few days and allow for full participation from the board, from the entire board, in a very important matter.
Chairman Curtis, may I ask Vice Chancellor Knuffman a process question?
Before you do that, Jim. Trustee Curtis, your substitute motion does still need a second.
Yep. Hearing none, my motion dies for lack of a second.
And that means the original motion is back.
The original motion stands. Any further discussion or debate?
Can I ask Vice Chancellor Knuffman a process
Of course.
question? If we're going to be heard by the Board of Governors in terms of, our advisory role and thought process on tuition and fees, in the process, we can't really delay it any further than the next couple of weeks.
It's a pretty tight timeline. The materials are typically due the first week of December.
Okay.
So we have, between the end of this board meeting, the next couple of weeks to really put together what's a pretty extensive package we've already started working on.
And if we were to have done the mail ballot on this and the trustees that weren't here had defeated it, 8-7 or something like that, to Trustee Lloyd's point, we would not really have the opportunity to reconvene to put forward a proposal to the board.
Absent a special meeting or some other, we need to be able to submit materials in the first part of December. We're also sensitive to just being responsive to those deadlines. from the system.
Okay, understand. Okay, that kind of confirms my opinion about not using paper ballots.
Okay. Yesterday, we had a chance to hear from the Chancellor on the item as well. Given the significant discussion today, if the Chancellor would like to offer some final commentary.
Thank you. The only other thing I would add is that, first of all, I really appreciate the well-intentioned and vigorous debate. I think we all take seriously the importance of maintaining affordability insofar as we take a lot of pride in having won the best value in public education recognition from U.S. News and World Report for 21 years in a row. Affordability is something everybody here, I think, takes seriously and will continue to focus on. I don't think cost-cutting and using the revenue tools that we have at our disposal are mutually exclusive. And we do have a significant effort underway to try to cut costs here internally and centralize our operations, and that will continue. But there's never going to be a point at which you say, okay, we're done making the operation run as efficiently as it possibly can, and now we can look at revenue increases. We operate in a dynamic environment, and we think we need to do both at the same time.
Any further discussion? Then, Mr. McClure, if we can get a roll call vote.
Mr. Allen? No. Mr. Allison? Yes. Mr. Alvarez? Yes. Mr. Valentine? No. Mr. Blaine? No. Mr. Mr. Curtis? No. Ms. Lloyd?
Yes.
Mr. Meekins? Yes. Mr. Patel? Yes. Mr. Pryor? No. Mr. Turner? Yes.
My count, the vote passes. Thank you, Chancellor Knuffman. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. This concludes my remarks.
Can I make one comment? Just in light of the fact that it seems to me like the comm department, our communications department got tossed around and thrown around under the bus a little bit. I would like an opportunity to let them speak at some point in time in the near future to the concerns.
That's just to the administration.
Thank you, Trustee Cotis, Trustee Meekins. We will now turn to the report of the External Relations Committee. I'll now recognize Trustee Ballantyne for an open session report of the External Relations Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Turner, and Board of Trustee members. This report covers items discussed during the meeting of the Committee on External Relations yesterday, November 12. In open session yesterday, the committee reviewed and approved the open and closed session minutes of September 24, 2025. This item was approved by the board as part of the consent agenda this morning. The committee also heard a brief presentation from Chair Jones and Amy McConkey regarding the exciting Tar Heel Service Footprint Project. The committee then received a military support update from Lieutenant Colonel Lisa Klakowski, representing the university's ROTC units, Rob Palermo, Director of Military and Veteran Student Success, and U.S. Coast Guard veteran, and Charles McMillan Jr., graduate 2015, UNC-Chapel Hill, and president of the Carolina Veterans Alumni Network, and a U.S. Army veteran. Finally, the committee received a development update from Vice Chancellor for Development, Michael Andreasen, and Dr. Jason Mihalik, Professor, Department of Exercise and Sports Science, and Director of the Matthew Gefeller Center, and Chief Executive Officer of the Thrive Program. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This includes my remarks.
Thank you, Trustee Ballantyne. We'll now turn to the report of the Honorary Degree and Distinguished Alumni Awards Selection Committee. I'll now recognize Trustee Allison for the open session report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Turner and Board of Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Turner and Board of Trustees members, this report covers items discussed during the meeting of the Committee on Honorary Degree and Distinguished Alumni Awards Selection on October 31st, 2025. In open session on October 31st, the committee reviewed and approved changes to the trustees' regulation on honorary degrees, including changing the name to the trustees' regulation on honorary degrees, awards, and distinctions. Subsequent to the meeting, Committee Chair White worked with Assistant Secretary McClure, Mr. Lambeth, and Secretary of the Faculty Joy Renner to propose additional minor changes to the regulations. Those changes are largely technical and address the consistency of the regulations' nomenclature and process. Both a clean and red-line version of the proposed changes were made available for the trustees' review. And before I move on approval of that regulation, just a couple of additional comments, if I may, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to thank Joy Renner, who was here earlier. Is Joy still here? Who has been incredibly collaborative in this process, and it is the sincere intention of the committee, the subcommittee of the board on this, to work very collaboratively with the faculty, such that each year we produce a slate of award winners that we are all very, very proud of. Oh, there she is. I was just thanking you. You stepped out at exactly the. I was just thanking Joy Renner for your collaboration through this process. There will be a companion document to the regulation that is in your board book, which will be a procedure document, which is the process that we will go through from the beginning point of selecting nominations, which will be given to Chris McClure. That's where our nominations should be submitted, and then we'll work through a process whereby a joint committee of the Board of Trustees and faculty will review nominations. That joint committee will advance a slate of candidates through the faculty process for review and comment, culminating with non-binding votes by faculty council that will indicate the degree of faculty support for each candidate. Regardless of the level of support, the entire slate then moves to the BOT's Honorary Degree and Distinguished Alumni Selection Committee. That awards committee will review the reports generated through the previous steps and make their recommendation in terms of a slate to the full board for approval. And then the full board will then cast votes on the slate of candidates. And we believe that this process of collaboration with the faculty will ultimately yield great outcomes. So with that, I will move where's my motion here? With that, on behalf of the Committee on Honorary Degree and Distinguished Alumni Award Selection, I move that the Board of Trustees vote to approve the changes to the trustees' regulation on honorary degrees, awards, and distinctions. Thank you. Trustee Lloyd? Any discussion? Great. Shall we then call a vote? Yes, sir. Okay, great. Could I ask all those in favor of the changes to the regulation to please say aye? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Trustee Allison. That concludes our open session items. I'll now entertain a motion to go into closed session.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the board convene in closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statutes, Section 143-318.11A1, to prevent the disclosure of privileged or confidential information, and also pursuant to Section 143-318.11A2, A3, A5, A6, A7, and A9.
Thank you, Trustee Cotis. You've heard the motion. Do we have a second? Any discussion or debate? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion carries. Thank you. I will now recognize Trustee Allen for an open session report of the University Affairs Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Turner, and Board of Trustee members. This report covers items discussed during the meeting of the Committee on University Affairs yesterday, November 12th, 2025. In open session yesterday, the committee reviewed and approved the open session minutes of September 24th, 2025. This item was approved by the board as part of the consent agenda this morning. The committee also heard a presentation on the University Campus Master Plan from Vice Chancellor Knuffman. In closed session, the full board discussed requested personnel action items, including 7 promotions conferring tenure and 9 new appointments conferring tenure. The conferrals of tenure, promotions, and appointments require a vote now. On behalf of the full board, I move the Board of Trustees to vote and approve the requested final personnel action items, including 7 promotions conferring tenure and 9 new appointments conferring tenure.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Trustee Allison. Any discussion or debate? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Motion carries. The personnel matters voted on in open session will be made available online after the meeting. That concludes our business for today. Without objection, we'll adjourn. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. All right,